Good morning, America. And not America, I suppose. Exciting day today. We're getting to the part of the engine that is no longer, just going through the motions, which is exciting. There's some actual, testing, movement generation, evaluating that's going to be going on now. All of our utilities are now kind of finished. Like overall for our movement generation, etc., is kind of not finished, since we still have to iron out some bugs, but for the most part, it's finished. Let me just make sure everything is set up correctly before we get started. Since you know me, once we get started, I'm gonna be here for 7-8 hours in this chair. So okay. So off stream last night, I actually did more work because I was not satisfied with our perf tests. I was really unsatisfied with the time that our perf test was taking. I measured the nodes per second. I don't know why tab doesn't work here. Oh, it's because I didn't do... Oh, it's because I have this. There we go. Anyway, so I did some research and some thinking about how to improve the nodes per second. And I just want to show off that I did improve it significantly. And so this is from the Kiwi position, which is a notably slow position to generate all the moves from. There's an insane amount of move branching inside of this position, and historically in my last engine, it was very slow to generate moves from this position. And if we go to perf 5, we're gonna start, going through all the nodes. I just want to show off the nodes per second calculation for my engine, which will print out at the end of all of this. This is a debug for this bug that we're going to have to fix today. I'll get into that in a sec. This is noticeably slower than it was before I started stream, but I'm going to assume that that's actually just because I'm live. But when I'm not streaming, this number is 10 million nodes per second, which is much faster than it was yesterday. I didn't measure it live on stream yesterday, but off stream I did the clock timer thing, and it came out to about just under 2 million nodes per second. And then after I did some tightening up with the code, it definitely fixed itself. Something else that we have to implement is we want to be able to set the fen from the command line, which we don't have available right now, but now I'm setting it to start position, and you can see that it goes pretty fast now compared to what it was yesterday. You can go back yesterday and see me running the perf test at the end. Our numbers are still off, however. So we have some bugs inside of the movement generation that we are going to have to... today what we're going to do is we are going to navigate down the move trees for, we're going to do the move G2, G3, etc. and then go down the move trees to find exactly where the bugs are and how we can fix them. But off stream, this number is about 9-10 million, which is very, very good. Or, well, not incredibly good in terms of like, the fastest perf speeds in general, but to get a fast perf speed doesn't necessarily mean that your engine is good, if that makes sense. The fact that I have a good perf speed without actually bulk counting or any of these specific perf optimizations this is a very healthy number, especially for the fact that I don't have legal move generation, I don't check for pins, anything like that, and I'm simply just making and undoing moves. This is a very, very good sign that my movement generation is fairly efficient. I can't remember what my previous engine's nodes per second was for perf. I tried to go back into the code base for my old engine and tried to compile it, but I don't have the Rust build system really set up on this on my OS, so it was going to be more painful than the trouble. Maybe I do that eventually, but I would have to recompile it because I didn't have a binary that just had perft running on it. My old engine didn't really have a CLI that you could communicate with it, right? There were just two binaries, one for the GUI where you play against it, and one for the automated UCI that communicates with other chess engines. So there wasn't really a way to say from the command line, at this position, do a perf test. But I'm glad that we're implementing this in this engine. It saves us a lot of time. Thanks, Unbreakable. I will have a good stream. I will try my best. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, so that's my rambling. You may be wondering, right? How did I optimize this? And I had this epiphany about how we were checking for check. I went and I profiled. Well, profiling is kind of not really what I did. What I did was I just commented out specific parts of my movement generation and making moves and undoing moves to try and find where the bottleneck was. And what I discovered was when I commented out where we check if we're in check, was that we sped up to 9 million right away, right? And so I was like, oh my gosh, this must be so inefficient. And of course it is inefficient. And I actually had solved this problem in my last engine. I just had forgotten what the solution was, right? And if I can explain this properly, what we were doing before was we had a function called generate attack mask. I think it's in movement generation. Generate attack mask. And we may re-implement this function. It may be useful for evaluating positions later. What this function did was it literally went through and per piece on the board, this included looping through every bit board, popping off individual bits to find the indices, and then finding the moves for that square, and then putting it onto this attack squares bit board. that was what we did for all of the piece types for the opposite side, right? So if we're playing white and we want to know if we're in check, we are going to check all of the black pieces and put them on this attack mask that, you know, says the squares that that side is attacking. What I realized is the same thing I realized in my last engine, that the phenomenon is that you can just go from square to piece. So what I mean by this, right, is that instead of going through all of the opposite side's pieces and finding what squares they're attacking, we can simply just look from our square to the other squares. So what I mean by this is knight moves basically go in two directions, right? If you have a square that a knight is attacking, you can pretend that a knight is on that square, if that makes sense, because the knight moves work in both directions. A knight attacking a square would also be able to be attacked from that square. I hope that I'm explaining that correctly. But what this looks like, right, is that as long as we have an index of the square we want to know, if that square is attacked, all we have to do is look at knight moves from that pre-computed mask that we have, right? It's the same thing for pawn moves, except what we do is this funny thing with our pre-computed pawn capture mask where we just switch the side, right? Because pawns go in just one direction. It's a bit complicated to understand, but yeah. For king moves, it's the same thing as the knight moves, of course. We just look up the pre-computed mask from our index. And of course, it's actually the same thing for our sliding pieces. If a bishop is on our square, it is going to intercept bishops on the rays that it can see, right? So we basically just pretend that our square is all of these different pieces, and then use that to determine if there is any of these types of pieces that we intercept on these boards, then we return true. It is attacked. And there is probably a faster way of doing all of this if we profile and figure out, our magic bit boards are slower than these, or we early out faster on queen moves, then we put these at the top, right? We could say this, right? You could move this around and try to find the fastest combination, right? Because technically, pawns will be checking our king the least, at least what I think, right? Kings also maybe even less than pawns. Of course, in endgame, that's going to change. Knights are pretty often, but to get our sliding pieces is pretty important. So I wonder if that's a good order because we want to early out as often as possible. Let's see if we have any change within our perf 6 now. Speed with that. Anyway, a bit of a long tangent about this at the beginning of the stream, but today isn't going to be, I think, the most thrilling to watch, because, okay, so there was a slight increase in speed. Today isn't going to be the most thrilling to watch because what we're going to be doing today is basically we're going to find, right, we go position, start, pause on Stockfish, and then we go perft 6. Stockfish is obviously a lot faster than our engine, but actually not like insanely faster, right? We see that this number is different. We are off by about 60,000, which is not that bad, right? In terms of 119 million. Anyway, what we're going to do is for each one of these numbers, we will check where we're off. Probably better is to just go, first of all, we want to make sure that our board is still fine at depth 6, which it may not be, right? So we want to display our board. Our board is set up fine at the end. So let's do a perf test for, to find where the first, so we're going to go perf 4, and we see that we are off by 15 or so moves, that, not 15, 18, right? I don't know how to count. Let's try perf 3 just to make sure. You want to go to the closest closest node because it's just more efficient. So at depth 3 we have all of the correct moves. So that means that at depth 4 is where we are going to start today. Except that I want to do QEP position because it's the QEP position is good because we typically have to go less far into the tree to get more exotic moves, if I'm saying that in an okay way. We want to be getting moves that are strange because those are the moves that are typically going to give our engine problems, right? So we will set Stockfish to the position fen for not the start position. We need to get the fen for QEP. And we got the fen for QEP, and we will go perft 2. And before stream, I checked perft 1 is fine for QEP. So perf 2, let's check. So we're off by exactly 1 move, which is what we want to see. A small number like that. And the idea is to go through the tree and find these small discrepancies and hopefully resolve all of them. The current known bug within the engine is somewhere in our make move or our undo move, what you saw earlier in those debug boards that printed out. Somewhere, right, so we have these side to move pieces, right? And this is a pointer based on our side to our side's global piece board with all of our piece types on it, right? White rooks, white king, white, all of them on one board. And then we get our other side pieces, which is a pointer to the other side's pieces. What is happening, the bug right now, is that somewhere these global piece boards become unsynced with the actual piece boards. Somewhere where we are making and undoing moves, in some edge case, it shows on the global board a piece where there is no piece. And that's a problem because when we are generating our pawn promotion captures, we look at the global mask and then we loop through the individual piece boards. And if I can show exactly where the problematic code that produces this bug is, it's in generate pawn moves, okay? So to explain what's happening here, it's kind of complicated. It's some basic, we're finding all of our moves. We are subtracting certain points from our moves. We are then finding our captures, which are both the moves and the captures with our promotion ranks for our side. And then when we are looking at our promotions, then we try to find our promotion captures, right? And so what this is it takes our move index and the captures, right? So this basically says if this is a valid promotion move, is it also a capture? If it's also a capture, then we go through all of the piece types to find what type of piece we're capturing. Whew, that was a mouthful. But we are checking this promotion capture against captures, which is generated by using potential captures, which is a mask that has all of the enemy pieces. Okay. So if the bit board with all of the enemy pieces is shows a piece that isn't actually there, when we go through all of these piece types, then we oh hey, what's up, Sleepy? Then we are not going to find an actual piece. And that's exactly what happens here, which is why I printed out this debug that says no promo piece found. So we find that we have a promotion capture move, but we can't find a piece there. And that's because the masks are unsynced. The bitboard mask for all of the enemy pieces says that there's a piece there, when we loop through all of the actual pieces, we don't find a piece there. So somewhere it's getting unsynced, and that's what this debug shows. Is it shows that there's a piece on the global bitboard, but that there isn't actually a piece on any of the actual piece boards for that color. And so what happens when we make this move, this promotion capture, we capture a piece that isn't there, and then when we undo it, we place that piece back that we captured, or we thought that we captured, but the truth is there was no piece there. So we end up with an extra white pawn at that location. So that's a bug deep within the move tree. Anyway, for now we are going to work on all of the bugs that are closer in the move tree, and hope that we discover it on the way down the move tree. I've written much more since you last joined, really? Yeah, I do typically write code fast. I wonder how many lines I'm already at. I feel like we've done a lot, right? I'm at 1.5k. If we include, well, the magics doesn't really count. I mean, this does count. You could probably count like 100 lines there. Really, it's actually not that much. Our utils is probably, I mean, a lot of this is just variables, so probably like 2.5k lines so far, which isn't that crazy for like 4 days. Oh, also, did I make it go episode 4? I did make it go episode 4. Okay, so this is the annoying thing, right? Is that we actually have to go and check against all of these numbers, which is painful. Funny enough, last time I made a chess engine, there were so many bugs with the movement generation that I literally made a utility that it was a script where I basically copied all of this and then I copied all of that. It ordered it in the same order and then gave me which number was off. I'm not going to write that script again because hopefully it's not worth it and we can work through the bugs fast. But okay, so we are going to try and ignore pawn moves and assume that pawn moves are fine, and focus on the more tricky pieces like kings and knights and things like this. So for our king moves, we see at the bottom here E1 C1 is 43, E1 G1, all of these are 43, and all of our king moves are 43, so that's correct. Now let's do our queen on F3. All these moves should be in order here. Okay, so F3, F6 gives us 39, which is correct. By the way, what all of these numbers are is basically all of these moves are all of the valid moves from our current position, and all of these numbers next to it are all of the moves that are possible after we do that move, if that makes sense. And so we're trying to make sure that we're trying to find which move gives us the branch that is off, because we're one move off. Anyway, so that F6 gives us 39, H5 gives us 43, F5 gives us 45, F3 G4 43, G4 43, F3 F4 43, F3 H3 43, F3 G3 43, F3 E3 43, F3 D3 is 42. So all of our queen moves are correct. Also, I hope people aren't mad that I'm taking a break from the game engine. I mean, I know I haven't been getting, any viewers since I started this. So I hope, people aren't mad. I just needed to take a break. I obviously haven't been streaming in a while just because I was super, burnt out on it, and I want to stream and I want to code, but I don't want to work on the engine right now, so I know maybe people don't find this interesting, but honestly, I really do love the chess engine stuff, because it really is fascinating to me, it really is fascinating to me. I guess it's just because you took a break, the viewer count decreased, I guess. I don't know. I came back and I did one stream like last week for the game engine, and it got like, a lot of views, like out of nowhere, and it got like 40 something likes, and so I assumed that it would be successful, but I think also that the community for people that are into chess programming probably, don't watch streams, or I guess, it is true that all of the searching that I've done online for, YouTube chess programming content, it never gets any views. It's always like 100 views in a video that's like 16 years old or whatever, so it's definitely, I think, a much smaller niche than game engine programming. I think it's just a lot less flashy, but just like a game engine, there is like really complicated systems and things like this that are really cool. In fact, I think it was me making my chess engine that really gave me the confidence to go for my for my game engine, And like game engine is generally way more popular. Yeah, it is. But I genuinely think that it's just, kind of because people just don't really know how cool chess engines are, I guess. I think that maybe the perception is that chess engines are just kind of this recursive thing where you count you know, the pieces or whatever, but the truth is that there's so many interesting things. Like later, when we start evaluating positions and scoring positions and actually starting like generating the best move, there's going to be a lot of interesting things with, you know, the positions of all of our pieces and pawn structures and, you know, very, very interesting sorts of things. The fascinating thing about a chess engine is that a lot of how the point of a chess engine is to go as far as possible from your current move. So if you look 5 moves ahead, you don't genuinely have enough information or less information than if you went 10 moves ahead, right? 10 moves ahead is like, you know, billions and billions of possible moves, right? So you can't check all of them. So you end up having all of these heuristics and optimizations to order the moves that you're checking to make sure that you're always checking good moves. And you have what's called the transposition table with what we're going to implement, which is Zobrist hashing, where every time you reach a unique position, you hash it into this table. And every time you reach a position, you check, have I reached this position before, right? And if you have reached that position before, you use that position's scoring results. And so there's so much like interesting things that go into it, so that we can end up looking 10 moves deep within seconds. There's definitely a very satisfying way of looking at it. So far, I don't see it. E5, D3. C3, B5. C3, B5, 39. C3, A4, 42. C3, D1, 42. C3, B1, 42. D5, E6, 46. G2, H3. 43. G2, G4, 42. A2, A4, 43. That's what it is. A2, A4. God, you end up always kicking yourself because sometimes you go from the bottom up and then sometimes you go from the top down. And when you find that it was at the top or, you know, in the opposite direction, you end up kicking yourself, man. But yeah, so it's A2, A4 is the move. So we're going to perform that move. And now let's display the board. So we moved A2 to A4. It's a double pawn move. And so we automatically see what the issue is going to be, and it's en passant. So we move up here, and we obviously see that this black pawn can en passant. So our problem has to be with our en passants. That's what I think. Hey, what's up, y'all? Things are going well. We're doing some fun stuff today, which is going to be, you know, working out the bugs in our movement generation before we move on to some other stuff. So we're going to re-input the fen, but we will type in moves A2, A4. And then we will go perft 1, and we get a seg fault. Okay. This is a seg fault. Oh, we positioned fen 2 times. This is a seg fault, by the way, not on my engine, but on Stockfish, which is the engine. Okay, so I gave it a bad fen, so it's not its fault. So from this position, let's perf 1 on both, and we will find that we are missing a move. And I'm going to assume that that's the en passant. Okay, so let's see. It is the pawn on b4. Pawn on b4. b4. It should be b4 a3. And we don't find it, so that's exactly what I wanted to see. All right, so we have to go to where our en passants are, which is obviously in our pawn moves. So let's go to generate pawn moves. Okay. Okay, so let's find where this could be going wrong. So, oh, this is where it's going wrong. It's that we don't actually set our en passant square. So it's not actually an issue with our movement generation. It's that we don't actually set our en passant square in our game state, right? Is that we're checking for the game en passant index, but we don't actually set it unless it's going straight from the fan. So what we need to do is when we double push a pawn, we need to register that there's an en passant square. Okay. So how do we do this? Good question. There's a few inefficient kind of branching ways to do this, right? You could literally have, when we make a move, we could literally have, you know, this is the way I think I did it in my last engine, which was like if move dot piece equals pawn and move dot start index is minus the move dot end index, right? It is greater than 8. That means that we move 2 rows, right? This is the way I did it in my last engine. However, every time we make a move and we get into this branch, we are checking this conditional, which is incredibly inefficient. What was the issue? The issue is that when we double push a pawn, we don't set that pawn can be en passanted, right? En passant in chess is when you double push a pawn, this square gets registered as an en passant square, right? And the enemy black pawn in this, you know, special rule in chess can go here to take this pawn. It's called an en passant. So we have it. We have an en passant square inside of our game state, inside of our position state, right? So if we put in a certain position, this is the space for an en passant. If we put a certain en passant square inside of this string that we put into our engine, then it will find the move, right? But we don't have something that when we double push a pawn, it sets this square as the en passant square. And this may seem kind of like a non-issue, right? Like, why don't you just check if you're double pushing a pawn? Well, unfortunately, there's really no efficient way to do that, and that's why we didn't think to do it first. Reason being, right, is that we have pre-computed masks for all of our pawn moves. We don't actually know when we are double pushing a pawn, and it will slow us down a little bit to check for that, but it is necessary. I'm thinking here. Okay, so here's what we will do. We will make a mask, a pre-generated mask. we will make a pre-generated mask. Called double push pawns. Pawn squares for color max for each color. And we will put that in our utilities. And we will generate these masks for those ranks. And we will simply just check against those when we are generating our moves, and then set a flag inside of the move that says if it is a double push or not. And if it is, then we will set the en passant square to a certain. Yo, what's up, Yash? Nice to see you again. We have made quite a few improvements to the engine. Oh gosh, this site is lagging. Okay, so anyway, if you want to see what I'm looking at, it's here. So for first of all, we're going to be using layout 3 since this is our engine's convention. This is obviously white. White's pawn start here. This is going to be the double push rank, and so we will put that inside of this this thing here. So UN64T double push pawn squares, color max, and be tidy. This is going to go, first is black, so black, and then white. So what we just got is this literal, and we will put that in here. And then obviously the black squares are going to be this. Perfect. Okay, so now that we have that externed, we can use that here when we generate pawn moves. What we want to do is there's two ways we can do this. Individual scoring function for separate cases? Not really. What I'm working on right now is we're working on making our move generation completely bug free, and right now our en passant square isn't getting set properly, so that's kind of what I'm working on right now. I just made a mask that basically it checks our double push pawns. Oh, you know what we actually need? We need our starting ranks for our pawns as well. We need to know if we are starting here and then go to here for our pawns. Because obviously, if your pawn is here and then it goes to here, we don't want that to be considered a double push. So we also need the start. And we can do that without making another variable. We will just do that to 2, and just have start and end be separate variables, right? So so this is going to be the end. And then we'll also have start here. So, for white, we already copied this mask, so that's that. And then for black, we want to get the other mask for where its pawns start. And then basically what we're going to do is if we start at the start position and end at the end position, then we will flag our move for double push. Okay. Let me get to that. Okay. So. I wonder if honestly this is, I mean, this is like, because we already have an index, I wonder if it's literally just faster for us to do if index is, oh, but then we have to do it on side. The thing is, I don't know like how slow these bit operations are from to start to like 2 ranks forward then flag. Yeah, exactly. But I need to check if we're obviously starting on the correct square. So if we're going to use the mask, then that's very simple for us to do. So while moves, we get our move index here, and we can check pretty simply here. So if our index, which is our start index, and we can do this, right? If one ULL shift over the index, if one UL shifted over by the index, and then we AND it with the start mask, which is going to be double push pawn squares indexed by our current side, and then this is going to be the start. And then we're going to AND it with one ULL by the move index, which is the end position, and our double push pawn squares for a side end. And then in this case, we will flag it. And we'll just have a variable here called bool double push equals false. And then in this case, double push will equal true. And then obviously this will need to get put in the move struct. And the reason why we're doing this at move time rather than at make move time is because it's better to do things when we're generating moves, because we may end up using this data for move ordering purposes. So we'll just put this bool here. I'll just put it with the other bools, double push. I'm not really worried about how large the move struct gets, because if there's one thing I've learned about memory is that I shouldn't worry about it as much as I do. It's really not a big issue. It's, you know, branching is way more important. Okay, so on the other side, when we are resolving our flags, I want to say if our move dot double push, then we need to set the en passant square. So then our game, oh, is this this is our undo move. We want to make sure that we're in our make move, not our undo move for this. If we double squared, then we want our en passant index to equal oh, I want to avoid a branch here if possible. We need to basically subtract 8 from the end index for our move if it's black, and if it's white, we need to add 8. And we have this push direction that I set up, which is 1 for black and -1 for white. And so I'm going to use that. We're going to use push direction index by side, which will give us, so we want to negate the push direction since we're going in less, and then we're going to multiply this times 8, and then we will just add it to the move dot end index, and that should be it right there. And then we want to obviously undo this on the previous side. Actually, we don't want to undo this. So here's the annoying thing about make move and undo move. Do you need a number as a result of the branch? Not really. So what this is doing, right, is that basically we don't have the en passant index. So to explain, if we have a pawn here that double pushes to here, right, this is the en passant square, and we need to know what this square is. It's the same thing for black, right? If you go from here to here, this is going to be the en passant square. So what I was doing was I was basically saying we need to subtract 8 if it's a black piece, and add 8 to the end index if it's a white piece. Do you see what I mean? And so that's what I did here, was instead of branching, I have this as a pre-computed -1 or +1 based on the direction. So instead of saying if side equals white, so you avoid an if statement there. Variable equals int condition times value plus int not condition times other value. Interesting. So, I mean, in this case, that would be -8 or +8. Oh yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Condition bool is casted to int, so it's 1 or 0. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. So that's basically what I'm doing, except I have -1 and 1. So it's basically that, yeah. It's actually exactly that. Because this push direction is 1 or -1. So it's basically we're working with negative and positive rather than 0 or 1. But that is neat. But this is the annoying thing about make move and undo move, is that this move double push, we have no way to undo the en passant index. And this is the painful thing, because let's say we have this double push that happens, right? This pawn goes to here. And then next move, black pushes his pawn to here. And we want to undo the game state for this move. And so what we do is we put this black pawn back to here, and we get rid of this en passant square. Oh shit. What about this en passant square? We have to replace it with this en passant square. And so this is an issue I ran into with my last engine, is you need to save the state of the last en passant square. And there's one of two places you could do it. You could put it on the position struct. Is how I ended up doing it in my last engine was I just put it here, literally int last en passant square. Or you could put it on the move itself, which is a different approach, which is basically you have on the move the last en passant square, and so when you undo the move, you simply place it back to where it was. Both valid, I guess, approaches, but I'm not really sure what's the best way. I remember falling into a lot of issues with Zobrist hashing later by doing it with this method. So we're going to try the other method just to try it out, you know, and if it ends up kicking us, then it does, right? So let's just say, because the way I thought about it is that this is like wasted bytes, right? If I have a last en passant square on every move, this is you know, really bad, right? Anyway, so when we make a move, we need to deal with the whole en passant square thing. So if our game en passant index doesn't equal -1, then we need to store that in this move dot last en passant square equals that game en passant index. Actually, we don't even have to check this conditional. Yeah, we just do this, and then we always set game en passant index equals -1. You could also just do this in this conditional to be super efficient. And now, if there was an en passant square, we set it on the move. Cool. Oh, and this is the pain. We need to take in a pointer to this move. Yeah, it needs to be a pointer. I wanted to keep it not a pointer because I thought in my mind it would be faster to just copy the move. But now I'm thinking, no, let's make it a pointer. So that's what we're gonna do. Because we need to actually edit this data from inside of this function for sure, without a doubt. I mean, could I track it in both structs and see how it goes later? Definitely. I'm thinking like right now with how simple the code base is, though. You know, I'm just thinking it's not that it's just one line of code, right? So I'm thinking it should not be at all hard to change later. This is going to be a bit painful for me to write all of this, but hopefully it's not that bad. Worked 45 hours in 3 days. That is insane. Are you okay? Y'all, I hope that you're okay. You have been talking about how you've been working so insane lately. I remember when I was working like long hours like that, it was very, very taxing on my body and mind, and you know, definitely was not good for me. Was not good for me at all. Like which one to exit, and then if one is inferior, then remove. Like yeah, I could definitely do that. I think I might give that a shot later, but for now, I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because my kind of design idea with all of this is that I want to make it so that it is as clear as possible where the errors are. And so I'm just trying to keep the code extremely clear because I am worried about if I overcomplicate things, you know, then the code will just become like literally unbelievably, you know, like my last project. Okay. So now we have to do the same thing for my undo move. We also want to have a pointer of the move. Although it isn't as important for the undo move, I actually think that our move struct is getting so big that copying it is actually probably slowing us down incredibly now that I'm thinking of it. So I'm glad that I'm actually doing this. We can probably just go all the way down. I was kind of just worried about making a typo, but we can probably just go all the way down and go here and then do this. And hopefully I don't make a typo there. I'm kind of scared of making typos here because it's all very, you know, a lot of math, and if one bit is off, then we maybe lose hours of debugging time, you know? Okay, so we are going to pass by pointer, pass the pointer, pass the pointer. Yeah, this is way better passing the pointer. I don't know why I think we started off with a very small move struct, and that's why I thought it would be better. Anyway, so hopefully this now gives us 43. I want to see, it's A2, A4, but slept 24 hours before. After 24 hours was super energetic. That's good. Keep up with that sleep, man. I know I struggle with sleep. Broad question, but what percentage of the engine do I think is complete? I think that movement generation is probably like 25% of an engine. Believe it or not, we're actually fairly close to our move scoring and negamax. We probably will get to it today. If the amount of bugs is as little as I think it is. So we get 2039. Is that the correct? This is the correct number. So our en passant thing is working. Let us go and make sure that our undo move got set properly. Okay, so if the move we're undoing is a double push, actually I think that we can just go to game en passant index equals move last en passant square. I think that that will always be fine. I don't think that we need this if move double push thing. I can uninstall Linux alongside Windows dual boot. Are you having trouble with that? I'm sorry, I can't really help you there. I've never installed Arch myself. Okay, so this is what I want to check is on our fen parsing, which is here, our parse fen. I want to make sure that for our en passant square, if we get a dash, which is no en passant square, I want our game en passant index to equal that -1 that we're setting it to. We can't set it to 0 because there's a square at 0. Okay. And we also want to do that in our generate pawn moves. I want to make sure that we are not going to segfault because of that -1 that we're talking about. I don't think so. I think that we just check against. We set bit. Okay, so that's going to be a problem. Yeah, that's going to be a problem because if that's -1, then we're overflowing. En passant will equal 0, and then if game en passant index doesn't equal -1, then our en passant will equal 1 ULL shifted over by that en passant index. Glad I caught that bug now. Okay. So hopefully we didn't break anything while doing that. Let's go check. Let's go perf 2, and we still get 2039. Okay, so now let's let us go back to this position in Stockfish. Position fen. Oh, I did it again. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, we already have the position fen in there. So let's go perf 2, make absolutely sure we're good, and let's go perf 3 now. Perf 3. Okay, so we're off by about 200. What I want to see now is I want to display the board to see if there's any display issues. There doesn't seem to be. And if I go perf 1, we get 48. If I go perf 2, we get... Okay, so we are undoing moves correctly. But we still are off. I installed Arch Linux before. I used Windows and Ubuntu on my laptop, but Windows and Arch cannot install need to search. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really help you there. I don't know much about Arch myself. I just want to see how our speed is doing with these recent changes we made. I want to see if we're still up there. Okay, so this is going to be like 2 million lowers because I'm streaming, but about 7 million nodes per second is still the same. And I want to check go per 5 for this. Okay. So we are only off by 4 million moves. Okay, let's see. So we have this display bug again, right? Okay, so I want to exit out of the engine and start again, and just let's focus on perf 3. Okay. Alrighty, so we have to go through and figure this out. Let's start with king moves. E1, F1, we already see that we're off. Typically what I like to do is I like to see where we're off by the least. But it looks like I can't really find out. I'm kind of interested to see a castling move. So that's E1, G1 or E1, C1. These are our castling moves. So we just have to pick one and go for it. I'm gonna go E1, G1. So let's go move E1, G1. I can't do moves E1, G1, can I? Yeah. I wish that you could do that, but I think you literally have to input the fen again. Moves E1, G1. Okay, and then go perft 2. Okay, and now let's perf 2. And we are still off. That's exactly what we want to see. We shouldn't see any discrepancy here on this level. So if we perf 1, we find 43, and if we perf 1 here, we should find 43. So that's correct. So we still have to figure out. Oh, that's not good. Our number changed. Ooh, that's really not good. We went from 2100, and then when we did a perf 1, we went to 2101. Okay. That's really not good. I wonder if we can find the discrepancy between these. There it is. It's E8, C8. We have an extra move. E8, C8, 48, E8, C8, 49. We get an extra move here. So I'm going to do this move. And then see what's happening here. We get 49, which is the wrong number. So let us take a look at that and do that move on Stockfish. And right now in the tree we're at E1, G1, E8, C8. And 48 is the correct number and 49 is the incorrect number. So we have to figure out where we're off. G2, G3. Let's start with king move. Okay. The E1, C1. Okay, that's the move right there. Is this E1, C1 move. E1, C1. E1, C1. My king isn't even on that spot. I'm gonna go to display and see if my king is on that spot. Okay. Okay, so it appears to be a castling bug where this castling move, the queenside castle, is still a thing. Okay, I feel like I know where this is. I think... Yes. Yes, this is it. We don't actually check if our king can be on the castling square. We only check our castling flags. But what's screaming out to me is that our castling flag should still be tripped. What I implemented last night is this loses rights thing. So if a move loses our rights, then it should theoretically flip these rights when we execute the move. If move loses rights and the move piece is a king or the move piece is a rook, then we do this rights toggle. And then we do the same thing when we undo. And it would be just an extraneous check to check if our king is on our castling location, because our castling flag should already deal with this, in my opinion, right? So what this says is that it loses our rights for both sides, because if you castle, then you can't castle on the other side. Okay, I'm interested to see if we exit out of the engine and we perform these moves again, if I can recreate it, or if this is... $48. So it's not an issue here. So I can't recreate the bug. So I'm not recreating the bug. This is bizarre. Oh wait, I made the wrong move. It's E1, G1. And then I go perf 2. And then I go perf 3. And then I go perf 2. And then we have that extra move. And so our castling rights are somewhere getting unsynced. You know what I have to make sure? I have to make sure we always lose rights when we move our king. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so it's the same thing with our rights that are on Poisson Square. We have to put it back exactly like it was. I have this loses rights flag here when we move our king. And so when we move our king, we lose our castling rights, right? The issue is that when we undo that move, we put back the rights. The thing is, we never actually know if we had those rights, because we always lose the rights. So that's what we have to fix. And I wonder if we just use our same design philosophy with putting it on the move itself. Even though this move struct is becoming quite large. You just have to have this on the move. Because you need to know what it was beforehand. I can't do this, which is, you know, it is what it is. We actually only need the castle flags for our color. Okay, and we need to do the same thing that we do with the en passant index, which is give the game our castle flags. So game castle flags side, and just switch these instead of this. Okay, I wonder how we can check for this now. Let's go perf 3 this time. Oh gosh, I am stupid. Okay, I believe we're a lot closer than we were. But let's do move E1, G1 and try to recreate that bug. So let's go perf 2. Okay, our number is actually correct here. Perf 3 and then perf 2. Okay, that's correct. So let's try to, you know, double check our numbers here. Let's go here. Go perf 2. We have to do, we're at the wrong move, that's why. 2059, which is what we just got, and let's check perf 3. Okay, this is perfect. So we get the correct amount of nodes now, and we can return to the top level of the tree. We should see that E1, G1 at perf 3, we should see E1, G1, which is the move that we just worked on, is now correct. And we should actually see this at perf 4 as well. That E1, G1 is correct. Okay, so E1, G1 is now fixed. E1, C1 is still off. So this was our kingside castle. So this is E1, C1, which is our queenside castle for white. E1, F1 is one move off. E1, D1 is a few moves off. So I see that E1, C1 is actually quite a few moves off. We are off by about 40 moves. So that's what I'm going to go for next. So we're going to move E1, C1 in my engine. And we're going to perft 1 from here. We should get 43. And we're just going to go down the tree again. What move is this again? It's E1, C1. And we will perf 1, 43. We will perf 2. Okay, we will go perf 3. And perf 3 is where we are off. And we're gonna try and see what move we're off the count with. So we have to just like parse through here. Let's check our king moves first. E8, C8, E8, G8. King moves actually seem fine. Queen moves are next. 2208, 1930, 1730, and 1735. Let's go to pawn moves because it might be some promotion issue or something. C7, C6, 1909, 1830, D7, D6, C7, C5, 1821. H3, G2. Okay, H3, G2 is off. It is off by about 40 moves, which is what the master is off by. So let's go to move, which one was this? H3, G2? Yeah. So let's do H3, G2. Let's display the board. So we moved H3 to G2. So this pawn captured. I don't know what it captured. Maybe a pawn. Okay, so let's perform that move on Stockfish. What move led us here? E1, C1. So it's going to be E1, C1, H3, G2. And let's see what we have at level 1. Level 1 is 44, which is correct. Let's go to level 2. And that's where we're off. So let's compare the numbers here. C1, B1 is off by 1. I wonder if we're off by 1 on every single thing. Okay, it does seem like we're off on every single one. Yep. H2, H3. Yeah, we are 1 over on every single move, it looks like. Which probably means that there's a move duplication issue happening inside of the engine. My laptop is also limited too, but AI says it's excellent in terms if you will learn how to work with limited hardware. That's definitely true. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. I'm streaming at 720p. You know, F3G2. So F3G2, strangely enough, has 44. F3, F5. Okay, so we're not really going to know until we give it a shot, but strangely enough, a couple of these have the same number. So that has me kind of worried. That has me worried that the issue happens at some point and then persists. Let's display the board right now. Board seems fine. Okay, so we're not really gonna know until we do one of these moves. Let me see D5, E6. 55. Okay, so let's. I'm interested to see. Oh, this is White's moves. Interesting. So maybe that move is not. That's not off is a check. Can I check from this position? No. No, I can't. Okay. from 2014 hardware is still strong. Yeah, I like working on old hardware. Okay, so let's try the king move, c1, b1. Let's go move c1, b1. And let's display the board. So we went c1, b1. Okay. Okay, so here's what the issue probably is. Okay, so let's do the moves again. e1, c1, h3, g2. And then we do c1, b1. And then let's go perft 1. We get 48. And now we get 53. So something is obviously off here. I'm looking at the pawn here. So automatically I see an issue here is that our pawn moved g2, g1. This is a promotion move, but it's getting duplicated as a regular move, which obviously is not correct. But the rest of the promotions we should see. So, wait, what? Oh, I think I did the moves wrong. Did I miss a move? h3, g2. Wait, what? It's saying that my king isn't here. Hold on. e1, c1, h3, g2. Why is e1, c1 not a move? Wait a second. Oh, shit. Or c1, b1, I mean. c1, b1. You changed your RAM? That's sick. Yeah, I haven't gotten around to that myself. Is it not performing these moves? e1, c1, 43. Oh, I'm so dumb. I was so confused. It's moves. Okay, so this finds 51 and I find 52, which is what we were looking for. So obviously this gets deduplicated, which we're aware of. We have to find the other move though, because that's not it. e8, g8, e8, c8. e8, c8 isn't a move apparently, I think. Okay, so let's display here and let me see where e8. E8 C8 isn't a move. Is it because of castling rights? Why is that not a move? E8 C8. Is it because it's attacked? It shouldn't be attacked. Yeah, those squares aren't attacked. Yeah, it doesn't find the queenside castle. Let me see if we can do the moves here. So E1 C1. E1 C1. We castle queenside on white. Then H3 takes G2, which is this pawn takes. And black's castling rights are here. It can still castle queenside, so why? Why can it not castle? I'm looking through the list here. I'm so confused. Do I not understand chess? Or what? Like, if this knight was here, then it would be a problem or something. Like, the king is not in check. Huh. I almost want to try out this position on Lichess or something. Okay, I'm going to put it into Lichess and try and play this position out. I try to see what it says, but it's telling me that it's an invalid fen. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, so I input the fen, and we play moves E1, C1, queenside castle. Then we play H3, G2, and then C1, B1. Stockfish says that black can castle. Oh, is queenside castle just represented differently? Let me see. A8, A8, D8. I'm so fucking confused. Can I export it to fen? This? $52. It finds it. So what are we talking about? Wait, what? Now it's finding it. Wait, what? Did I input something wrong? Okay. Well, apparently the fen string was off. And that just sent me down this rabbit hole of being confused. But apparently... Okay. Well, this still is a duplicated move, so that's what we have to figure out. Which is inside art. Apparently our move is getting duplicated with our promotions. So, which is true because we don't actually remove our promotions from our moves. And what's the most efficient way of doing this? Because we do this already. I'm trying to figure out the math that I did here. Moves and game board pieces both. Board without our pawns, and then we shift by 8. This is to avoid double pushes jumping over pawns. I mean, this probably isn't the most efficient way of doing the math, but you could do this, I think. And now we get 52, which is the correct number. So let's go back to and perf 3 Okay, I think we got closer. I forget what move it is that we started at. It was E1 C1, 1887, and we're done with E1 C1. Okay, nice. Still not done though with all of it. We are done with. It looks like all of the king moves are correct now at depth 3. We have to figure out what's giving us problems now. So let's check pawn moves. How about that? B2, B3, G2, G4. We're only off, by the way, by about 40 moves. So if I had to guess, it's probably one move that's off. G2, G3, G2, 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 H3, G2, H3 is exactly 40 off, so that's where we're off. It's G2, H3. Okay, so that's a pawn capture. So we will do that in Stockfish as well. And 2 from here. Yep. So let's find where we're off. Are we off on every single one? Yep, it's the same thing again, where we're off on every single move by 1. So we're probably having another duplicated move. So let's just do a move, a random move. E8, F8. G2, H3. E8, F8. Okay, we're still 1 off, so let's unfortunately take a look at where we're at. So E1, G1, E1, F1, E1, C1, E1, D1. So it isn't a king move. Let's just count the queen moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm assuming it isn't any sliding piece, actually. So let's check knights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, we can't actually count like that. But yeah, so C3, knight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. E5, knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna assume it's a pawn move. H2, H4. That's what it is. H2, H4. H2, H4. Let's give me a display here. Okay. And the move before this was E8, F8. So that has nothing to do with this. Then the move before that was G2, H3. Oh, we're jumping over this pawn. That's what it is. We're jumping over a pawn. And we had this method of, with this, board without our pawns. Game board pieces both we XOR it with our pawns. Oh, but it doesn't take into account the fact that a pawn could be blocking our other pawn when it comes to a double push. I see. So really we shouldn't be doing this. Or we could do this, actually. We don't need to do it with all of our pawns. We literally just need to XOR it with our pawn at our index. So this is going to be 1 ULL by index. And this is board without our pawn. Basically what this is doing, if I can explain it, is we need to make sure that when we double push a pawn, that nothing is blocking it, right? So my idea was we literally just take this piece and we shift it up, right? The issue is that what if we shift up this piece and then we're blocking ourselves? So we need to XOR it with ourself. And hopefully this fixes that issue. So what were the moves again? Move G2, H3, and then we move E8, F8, and then we perft 1, 46, and 46, and we get the correct result. And now let's go back to start position and do a perf 3, and let's do that on stockfish as well. And we have the correct amount at perf 3, which is excellent. Okay, and we're still off at perf 4. Which is sad because that means we have to basically once you get further and further into the tree, it becomes more and more tedious to do this. I'm seeing that it isn't a king move. I want to see if it's pawn move. So we'll compare those. Yeah, this pawn moves off by 1. And that this pawn move isn't. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but we are off by like 5,000 moves, so it's a substantial amount. F3, E3, 505. 3G3, 61, F3, H3. F3, H3 seems to be a big one. We're off by about 2,000 moves extra. F3, H3. And then F3, no, not F3, H5. Well, F3, H5 we're off by a little bit. Okay, we'll play F3, H3. Because that seems like a pretty substantial one. There's probably another move in here that's off by just about the same. It's probably one bug and two of them, because believe it or not, 2,500 plus 2,500 equals the amount that we're off, 5,000. So we'll play F3, H3. Which is a capture. I don't know what we're capturing. And from here we're going to go perft 2, just to make sure that our perf 2 is good from here. Okay, let's perf 3, and we get the same results. And so we're going to have to go down from here. Let's check our king moves first, as per usual. E8, D8, okay, seems good. E8, C8, seems good. E8, G8, seems good as well. As per usual, let's next go to pawn moves. Let's go to C7, C7, C6, D7, D6, E6, D5. B4, C3, B6, A4, B6, C4, B6, D5, B6, C8, F6, E4, F6, G4, You found your problem? That's great. Yeah, I hope that you figure it out. I hear good things about Arch. F6, H5. F6, H7. F6, G8. I'm hoping that we're almost at the end of the bugs. I think I'm liking it so far. I think that I feel like we have a pretty solid grip on most things here. A6, B5, A6, B7, A6, C8, G7, H6, G7, F8, A, B8, 8, C8, A, D8. I remember when I did this in my last engine, I was just so, it took so long. So much longer than I wanted it to. It seems like we've found our issue though. H8, H3. We're off by 300 moves there. And I'm going to assume that the other H's are off as well. H8, G8 is off by about the same exact 300. H8, H3, H8, F8 is also off by about 300. H8, H7 is also off by a little bit less. H8, H6. Okay, so it's all of these rook moves lead to something bad. Need to change boot mode to UEFI. Yep. UEFI does the trick. Okay, so H8, H3 is where we're off by the most. So that's what we're going to look at. So we will make move H8, H3. We will do the same thing here. So moves F3, H3. H8, H3. Then we'll go perft 1 just to make sure that we have the same. Yep. And then we want to perf 2 from here, and we should see different numbers. Okay. So, our king on E1, I automatically see all of our numbers are off by a certain amount. E1, G1 seems to be off by a lot, but it seems like all of them, even A2, A3 is off by a lot. So let's do A2, A3 since it's a simple move. And let's see where we're off. It was 48, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have 7 extra moves in this list. And hopefully they will shoot out to me. So our queen seems fine. Our king does not seem fine. E8, G8 is not a valid move. E8, G8 is a castle move. Let me display the board from here. Maybe this will make sense. Okay. From my eyes, we should be able to castle, but it may be possible that we lost our rights during this move sequence. H8, H3. Oh, we have 2 rooks. Huh? What? H8, H3. How do we have 2 rooks? Okay. That's a regular move. That has to be a problem in our make move. But how? Okay, so let's go back and try to recreate this from the top. So we're gonna execute F3H3. And then display the board. And now we will execute the move H8, H3, taking the queen. And then we will display the board. And in this case, it's fine. When we undo a capture, and then we make A2, A3, and then we display the board and we have 2 rooks. Wait, no, we don't. It's only when we perft? And then after we perft, we have a rook there. And now if I go perft 1, I'll get 55 moves. So it's one of these moves that that messes us up. And I'm gonna assume that the key to understanding this is the one extra we're over in this list. It's a castling move that's the issue. We are E8, G8. We obviously can't castle because we should have lost those rights. Okay, so let's do this again one more time. We're gonna move F3, H3, move H8, H3, taking the queen, and then we will display. And everything is good. Now I want to generate from here. Oh, this is white's moves. We have to go move A2, A3, and then display. And then we're good. And now we generate black's moves. And let's see. Yep. We generate the castle. We generate the castle even before we play anything at this level. Just checking, the side is correct. The side is the move side. Oh my gosh, this is confusing. Why this is happening. Maybe this loses rights thing isn't working, I don't know. But a rook move, if a rook move starts at index 7 or index 63, then the right toggle is kingside. I guess we could check this. Check if this is working. I'm gonna assume that this is working, but yeah, we have to do some printouts because this is confusing. We need to see the start and the end index for this. Something else I can do is every time we make a move, I can print out the flags. We should have, I should make like a logging thing for all of this. Like I should make some debug printout that I can toggle, but I always end up with all of these commented out like little things all over my Okay, so that will give us our castle flags when we make our moves. So we are going to make those moves again. So F3, H3 is that's when we generated moves. 63 to 61. And then 63 to 62 would lose kingside, but we didn't actually execute that move. So that's what that printout is. So let's let us make the move, the problematic move at H8, H3. So castle flags for side, 0 is black. Queen side 1, king side 1. Loses rights for kingside. Move starts 7. And is this 39? 63, 55. That is 39, isn't it? There's an easy way for me to look that up. It's here. Fuck, that's what it is. I didn't do it for captures. I didn't do for captures, that's why. Aha. So we need to make a thing there that does that then. This has to be a specific thing for rooks because we also need those additional arguments. Okay. Well, the simplest way is just to not do it in this helper function and then just bring it out into that. So that's what we're gonna do. Is generate rook moves will not call find and push captures. It'll just do it straight in here. Because it needs to do this for all the capture moves. Well, I'm glad that I printed that out because I was really scratching my head there. It's really scratching my head. Piece will be rook, obviously. Get rid of this. Yeah, this is what I worked on yesterday. Was apparently there was this like way to do this pop LSB without a magic table. Apparently there's like one of these things on your processor that you can call, and so I figured that out. And we want to do exactly this down there. And we can get rid of this debug and just put this down there. Okay, I wonder if this just immediately fixes our problem. So we will move F3 H3 again. We will move H8 H3 again, and then we will display the board. Okay, we executed that correctly. Now we will move A2 A3, and we will display the board. And now let us perft 1 from this position. And we get 48, which I believe is exactly what we wanted. So I think that bug is fixed. Let's do a perf 2 from here. Yep, that bug is fixed. Okay, so once again, let's restart our position from well, this is, I hate it how it what happens is that it copies and pastes and you can't edit it. So let's go perf 4 from here, I think is where we were at. Oh, I thought that we had it. We are still 200 moves off. But we are so close. 200 moves off on Kiwi Pete is pretty cool, actually. So we are going to keep pushing on. I forgot where else we were off. I think our king moves are still perfect. Let's try to check our queen moves. Our queen moves look good. From my first glance. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking. I should really just be going through the pawn moves, are usually where our issues are. A2, A4 is off by one move. Okay. I'm trying to find a bigger number because I want the biggest number possible. To find the, you know, maybe 2 bugs in one if possible. Okay, it looks like E5, G6. We're off by 30. And E5, D7. We're off by about 70 moves. Okay. And let's check E5, F7. 799. So at E5, F7 seems like the biggest number. We're off by just over 100. So that's the one that I'm going to choose. And let's check perf 2 before we go down. But perf 2 we're off. Wow. Oh wow. How is that? How are we off at perf 1 from here? That's actually so strange. How did my perf... Huh. That's so strange. That our perf 3 is fine, but when we actually execute the move, e5 f7, after we execute the move, we're suddenly wrong. Let's go to generate. Move count 45. .44. So I'm assuming this one move that we're off is probably has something to do with it. E8 G8 castle is here. E8 F8. E8 F7 capture. Okay, so the king moves are fine. Let's check E7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so our rook on h8 looks like it is an extra move. D8. D8. Wait, no, I miscounted. I miscounted. I was super confused for a second. So let's count from G7 as 2 and then A6. 6. Okay. Now F7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean F6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. B6. Okay, so it has to be a pawn move. B4, B3. Why is that not a legal move? Oh no, b4, b3 is here. b4, c3, h3, g2. Is our count off? Wait, our king moves aren't... e8, d8 move is wrong. e8, d8. Oh, it's attacked by the knight. Interesting. Okay, so it's not returning that we're in check. It's for the knight. Oh my gosh, my eye. Something got in it. Okay, I want to print these both out. This is only going if we return true. What are the moves? e5, f7. Okay. That is where our king is. Okay, and yeah, that's correct. Now we need to check for the other side. Do we have the wrong index? What the heck? What? Let me display. Oh, wait, hold on a second. We're not going perft 1. If we go perft 1, we get 44 because that's... Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I was just being dumb. Okay, well, this is going to... This debug is bad now. Okay, well, my bad. Okay, so these are the numbers that we started with that were incorrect. Okay, so automatically we see that this king move is off for e8 f7. And it's off by nearly 100, which is our whole thing. So I'm just gonna go for that. Okay, and now we have to go through the tree here and figure out. Okay, so automatically we see all of them are off by about 2. Let's see these nodes 8. d5, e6 only is 8. f3, f6. So everything seems to be off by 2. If everything's off by 2, then let's just do a random move. So let's move e1, d1. And let's find where we're off. e7, c5. f7, e8. f7, f8. f7, g8. And we also have castling moves. Okay. e8, c8, and e8, g8. We're not allowed to castle from this position, apparently. So let's display. Right, we moved our king. So we should not be getting castling moves. e8, f7. After e8, f7, we should not have castling flags. Okay. Word up. Is it another capturing thing? Oh yeah, it probably is, isn't it? e8, f7 is a capture, isn't it? Yeah, e8, f7 capture. It's the same exact thing that we have with our rooks, actually, for our king. And I totally forgot that that's gonna happen. We can't just generically push the captures because we also have to deal with the rights toggle. Alright, let's see how our perf 3 is looking now. I mean our perf 4. We are off by 55 moves. No. Okay, that's cool. I want to follow the moves that we just did to figure out e5, f7. Let's see if e5, f7 is correct now. e5, f7. 88799. 88825. And that's sure, we're sure that that's the one that I just did, right? E8, F7, E1, D1. Yep. E8, F7. It's a king move. Wait, no. That's a different one. E5, F7. That's still the move that we did, though. It's this knight goes to here. Okay, so that seems to be still a problem. So let's do that then. I wonder if it's the same move as it was before, which was was it E8, F7? E8, F7. Nope, that's correct now. Okay, so it's some other move here that was off. Let's go to our pawn moves, I guess. We're off by one move here. E6, E5. Trying to find this G6, G5. We're off by here as well, by one. C7, C6. We're off by one as well. Where's the H3, G2? Here it is. Also off by one. I'm trying to find one where I'm off by two. I may not be able to find it though. It may just be that we're off by one on every single thing. E8, G8 is correct. So our king moves are fine. But it's everything that isn't our king moves. Alright, so let's do C7, C6, I guess. Let's see where it takes us. $48. 49. Okay. So this is confusing because according to this we're off at perf 3 even though we're off at perf 4, so Let's check our king moves. E1, D1, E1, F1. Okay. Check the pawns. D5, E6, D5, D6. I don't see D5, C6 on here. This is C7, C6. So why can't we take? Trying to find if there's a pin or anything, but no. I'm gonna put this into Lichess again and try and see if there's something I'm not seeing here. But in my opinion, we should be able to take this pawn, right? So it starts off with E5, F7, and then we play C7, C6, right? We can take. Is it Stockfish that's wrong because I put the fen in wrong, maybe? Okay. Yeah, apparently it was Stockfish that was bugged. Okay. Perf 2 should still be off though. It's off by 1, yeah. Okay, so now we need to figure out where it's off. Okay, so that's all 44. Do we have a 39 here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we do. 3F6, yep. Trying to look at every other weird number. Hold on. F7, H8. That's it right there. F7 H8. Wait, what? Oh, did Stockfish bug again? Yeah, it looks like it did. Dude, that's so fucking annoying. Why are you bugging? Did I put an incorrect thing in? It's E5 F7. Then oh, it's C7 C6. I think I put C6 C7. Okay, there we go. E8 G8. It's a castling move. That's where we're off. Let me display the board. Okay, we have a duplicate piece. After F7 H8 capture, it doesn't actually capture the rook. Either that or or we undo a castle and then put a rook back and don't take the knight back or something like that. I have a feeling it's a castling issue, but not sure. Let's start over. Okay, so we have, this is the correct board state, but then when I perft one and then display. Okay, so it's one of these moves when we perft and then undo. It's probably the castle if I had to guess. Oh, you know what? We also have to toggle our castling flags if the rook gets captured on that square. That's what it is. Shit, that makes this kind of complicated, actually. Oh, that's kind of complicated, actually. Because right now we have it where we lose castling rights when we're the one that moved the pieces. But I don't have the case where if our rook is captured, we toggle the flag. I didn't account for that. Shit. And technically could also happen on promotion captures too. So any capture for any type of piece. If our rook is still there and our king is still there. Shit. We could have a mask for rook starting squares. And if we capture at that starting square. Okay, I see. Okay, so that's what we'll do. This is probably gonna slow us down though with our if we do this, but I don't think I know of a more efficient way, but we're gonna have an extra branch here. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a simpler way of doing this, but I don't think that there is. Maybe there is, I don't know. You could also do it on the make move side, like, you know, when... I think that that's how older me would have done it, is just if capture piece is a rook, then, and it's at starting location, then we... But I'm thinking we just put it when we generate our captures. I don't know. In my mind, it's actually faster to do this stuff on make move because we don't know if we're technically going to make all the moves, you know? Also, if we do this, then we need to make a... We'd have to make a toggle for other side as well. Sad. Sad, indeed. Yeah, I wonder if this is something that you just put in the make move. We can avoid a branch still. Here. Oh, yeah. That's rook castle locations, not rook starting locations. So I was checking. I want to keep with our formatting here. Okay, so if our move index is our is where either of the opponent's rook starts, then we're gonna make sure that their rights are taken away. Okay. What move was this again? Move e5. Let's just straight up perft for it. That does look like a familiar number. Do we have are we having exactly the same number? Is that what it is? As before? Did I do this the wrong way? $39. Is 39 what we wanted? I think it is. We don't have that knight there anymore. Okay. So that wasn't the only bug, I guess. 8-5. I feel like we're off by more now. I hope that that's not the case. What was our last per 4? Yeah, we are off by more now. Oh. Right, because our move castle flags needs to now preserve both castle flags. Got it. Okay, that's... At least we figured that out. Got it. It needs to preserve everything. See, this is getting quite verbose now. You know, we started with such a clean code base, and now it's, you know... That's not to say that it's, you know, bad. It has to get complicated because, you know... Okay. So let me see this then. Oh my god, we're off by one move. We're off by exactly one move. One move out of 4 million moves. Oh my gosh. Can I see perf 5? I'm kind of worried that all of this extra logic has slowed us down quite a bit, which is something that we can optimize later, but... Yeah, we are now down to 4 million nodes per second, which is much slower than what we were at before. But correctness, I guess, is more important than the speed. I wonder what slowed us down, though. Do you think it was just literally this? Like, let's try to run perf 5 without this. Well... yeah. Still fairly slow. Yeah, I don't think it's that. Yeah, I don't know. Probably is something that we changed within our move generation for these edge cases, I guess. Maybe with the pawn stuff, I don't know. Or maybe since we were incorrect. It was just one of these things where we thought that we had good speed, but then now it turns out that it isn't. I'm almost wondering, like, what if we just comment out our rook move generation completely if our speed increases? No. And if we get rid of all of our castling moves, I wonder how our speed is. Yeah, it's something that we can probably profile more in depth later when we're not. Right now, I guess the most important thing is making sure that it's bug free, you know. Also, this if move double push has to be zeroed properly. Like, we don't properly zero all of our moves for speed, but that has to be specifically zeroed all the time. So let's make sure every time we push a move, we are pushing it double push equals false. Unless, of course, it is a double push move. Okay. Let's put us up a little bit. I think something that could probably speed us up is eliminating checks that we have for safety purposes. Like, we have this check here that in our make move where I'm almost interested in this. What if it's this that's slowing us down? We have these kind of redundant checks here. Where it shouldn't necessarily be checking it, because we could just zero it in every other case. Like, we could just say dot loses rights equals false for every other piece type. And that would speed us up a little bit, I think. Did I do it for everything? It's gonna throw us off if I mess it up, but it should be. Alright, let me see if I get the same amount of, since I messed with it, let me just make sure that, that's bad. Oh no, we have the same as we had before. So we're still off by one move. The whole purpose of what I just did was to check this though. So let me just try. We obviously have some extra branching compared to when we started the day, but yeah. The speed does leave something to be desired for sure. Whatever. We will figure it out as we go. Now we are exactly one move off, which to me means that we're pretty close here to being perfectly correct. But we're gonna have to figure out and go through and find where we're one move off, which is annoying. And we found it. 90977 versus 90978 after A2, A4. Yep. It's E8, G8, it looks like. After a castle move. Okay, so what is off here? There's one number that's going to be off. All of our king moves are 40. A4, A5. Okay, and we have successfully gone down the tree, and I immediately see where we're off. It's a king move, G8, H7, which I don't have. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so it's in one of two places. It's either where we generate our king moves, or let me quickly run a generate here. Okay, so we do generate the move. It just tells me that what this tells me is that this isn't shown as a legal move. That we do the move and then we undo it because it's illegal. I'm almost wondering if it's this pawn, if it's thinking that this pawn is... Well, there's really only one way to know. And it's to literally... Well, we'll already know because we get the printout, but we have to go and check out, I guess, each of these. I don't know which one it is, but we should print the board for each of these things, even though it is tedious. I'll put it as a black pawn. I guess I'll just do... we should probably do it for all of them, to be honest. Just because we kind of have to properly debug this, I guess. Alright, so let's do it just for knights, pawns, and kings. And just not have... the sliding pieces. I'm just like... I need to go through the moves, so move A2, A4, move E8, G8, move A4, A5, perft 1. Oh, we wrap around the board. Our pawn captures board is wrong, that we pre-generate. How the hell did I not notice that? Wait, what? This should be if I equals 7, right? Wait, no, that's if I equals 8. Oh. Is this 15? I think so. Oh, fuck. Now I'm looking at this and making sure that we didn't mess up any of our other boards. Well, we have to get rid of this debug, of course, but... All right, we get the right. we have the correct Kiwi P perft at depth 4. So that's cool. Now let's try 5. See if we get it. I have hope. We are certainly a lot slower than we started the day at, for sure. You know. But it is what it is. Probably off stream I probably have like 6 million. But okay, so we're still off. Unfortunately, we are still off. But I think I'm done with Kiwi Pete. The reason why is because we've kind of reached a point with it where we're so deep in the tree where it isn't really worth it to keep going down, because it's just you know, it takes so long to get to the lower parts of the tree. So it's time to, in my opinion, just go for another position. So that's what we're going to try to do. And we will go to this position 3 on the chess programming website. God, I wish I could do that. Okay. And we will try to just like perf to it. We do get 191. I was hoping that we could get something at a lower part of the tree, but I guess not. It's C5. God. Well, this sucks. Okay, well, we know our pawn, rook, and king moves are correct because that's what this position is. If you want to see what it looks like, it looks like this. So that's cool, but not cool because we wanted to see, you know, some issues. Because okay, so let's try this position. Okay, so thank the Lord. Let's see, perft 1. Okay, so at perft 2 for this, we have some issues. Thank the Lord, because I was about to lose it. Okay, so it seems like G1, H1, F1, F2. Okay, so in every single one, we have an extra move. Great. You may be saying, why great? I just wanted to see something where we don't have to go 5 moves deep, because I was getting tired of doing that. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's not a king move. Let's look at our promotions. Yeah, looks fine. I don't see C7, C5. Oh, I do see C7, C5. Never mind. G7, H6. There it is. Okay. Let's check our knight moves, I guess. F6, E4. 6, G4. 6, H5, D5, F6, G8. A5, C4. C6, A5, B3. Let me go to my queen moves, I guess. E3, E2. Let's just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it's apparently a bishop. B6, D4, B6, b6 h1. Wow, that's bizarre. It says that this bishop can go here, when it's not on that diagonal even. Strange. I have no clue why that's happening. Huh. Okay. Let me see what the moves give us. Yeah. I'm assuming that our code for generating this stuff is incorrect. So let's just check this on okay, so we did this whole thing with the slider deltas, which is this plus this. And in this case, it's on the edge of the board. Huh. I want to see this specific mask, so if index is, what index is this? 0, 8, 16, 17. If index is 17, print board, print the bishop board. Yep. This is what wraps around. If our current space modulus 8 is 0, which in this case it should be, and 63, And proposed space modulus 8 is 7. Break. Okay, this song is out of key. Why do we not? How the hell do we not get that? Wait, hold on. Let me see this. This. What did this wrap around here? Trying to figure out where we set it. This is going to print out a lot of boards, but... This is exactly what I thought. But I don't get the printout that it says this space. So how is this not 63? What? Am I dumb? Like... Proposed space -7. Proposed space -1. Oh. You know what? Hold on a second. Why didn't I just have this? If proposed space is greater, yeah. Why am, like, why did I have that as a thing? $264. Yeah, so that's good now. So let's get rid of all this debug that we had, because now I figured it out. I was letting through negative numbers. Because my logic was wrong. Okay. So where was this debug for this? I don't really remember. I think it was in generate bishop moves. Yeah. Okay, so let's check deeper perfs for this position. Let's try perft 5 from this position. Oh, this is big. 15,833. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's the correct number. Are we done? I don't want to get ahead of myself, but let's go to start position. Okay. And let's go perf 6. And let's do my engine as well. We have to make a thing for that, but let's see if we're off. Oh, this is gonna take a while, huh? Yeah, we certainly have slowed down. We lost about 2 million nodes per second. That's the correct number. Let's try Kiwi Pete. Back to Kiwi Pete. It always goes back to Kiwi Pete. do the perf 5 that we didn't do well on earlier. I'm excited. I think that we can optimize this. It's mainly about getting all of the bugs out, and I think we may be there. Shit. Oh. We're just barely off. God. Yeah, that sucks. It sucks that it's 5 moves deep, but yeah. It still persists. Let's try some of these other positions, I guess. Because I'm kind of dreading going 5 moves deep right now. Okay, so this one works. Yeah, I think that we are just going to have to go 5 moves deep into Kiwi Pete, unfortunately. I want to see what... So it was 1936 88932 18936 909. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, that's a bummer. God, going five moves deep into Kiwi Pete is just so not what I want to be doing right now. Let's try this Fen. Okay, let's try this Fen at perf 4 because I don't want to be here all day. Okay, yeah. Listen. Let's try perf 5 just while we're here, but... Yeah, we're gonna have to profile this later, but... Yeah. It is definitely slower. I wonder what slowed it down so much. Yeah, it looks like it's literally just the Kiwi Pete that's giving us issues, so... it always goes back to Kiwi Pete. Always. I mean, it was the same thing in my last engine. As just a very good position to test. So, we're actually going to have to go 5 moves deep. That's the only way to do it. So, whatever it is, 5 moves deep that we missed, we're gonna find it. The good thing is that we immediately see it's e1, c1. That's off. Other things might be off, but e1, c1 is off. We are off by about 2,000. Well, 1,000. And e1, c1 is off by almost exactly that amount, right? Eight, 8, 9, 3, 2. Yeah. It appears just to be this e1, c1 move. So let's do this. So we should only be off at 4. So that's to be expected. Expected results. Okay, so as per usual, check the king moves. Looks like everything is off. Which at this point is kind of to be expected. So we can just play a random move. Let's play e8, d8. Okay, c1, b1, everything seems to still be off, right? Actually, some things aren't off. Yeah, seems to be, we're off by about 50. And it appears like c1, b1 is that what we're off by, so e1, c1, e8, d8, c1, b1. And we're off by 1 on everything, it seems. So we can play just a random move. Yeah, we're off by 1 on everything. So d8, e8 is what we'll play. Okay, what move is it? What move is it? b1, a1. We are missing a king move. A b1, a1. Let me go to generate and see. Okay, so we're getting that it's an illegal move. I'm worried that it's one of these rook masks now. Can I get this? I want to get this fen out of so that I don't have to follow all the moves down. It should be fine. If we want to debug this though, what I have to do is I have to do the same thing that we already did. I'm assuming that it's an issue with our A1. I think one of these rooks is hitting the spot. Probably. Or it's this bishop again or something. We have to do the same thing that we did last time, which is go to this and look at the rook raise for this position. Okay, so we have to make these moves again. Move E1, C1, move E8, D8, move C1, B1, move D8, E8, perft 1, let's see. Okay, I didn't get anything. I should have also been doing this, I guess, but I guess it could also be a queen. It's the pawns again. It's the pawns. Yeah, it's the white mask at oh right, because we didn't check for this. Or this, I mean. Yeah, we should have never hard-coded that. It should have just been this. I thought that that would be clearer to see, but now I'm really regretting it. We should do the same exact thing up here. Okay, let me get rid of the debug and then see where we stand with it. Please, please, please get me out. Get me out. I think that this might be it. There it is. There it is. Now let's try 6 from start position. That should be the last test that we need to make. I'm like 99% sure that we are successful here. Yep, there we are. Finally. How many hours was that? Including yesterday? Like probably 6-7 hours in total on perft. That's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Trust me, it's a lot worse with my first engine. Anyway, there we go. Our perft is finished. So, because we now have generated all the correct moves, I'm going to consider our move generation finished. So that's exciting. Now, is it incredibly fast? No. There's definitely some optimizing we can do with it. I'm not really going to worry about it right now. Yeah, we started off today at like 60 or 6 million nodes, and then now we're benchmarking at 4 million. Not really sure why, but there are definitely some ways that we can optimize stuff. I think checking for pins and things like this does make your perf speed faster. But yeah. Anyway. We have a couple of things that we want to do, right? I want to make a command that sets the board to a current fen. I think that we could just do set board to fen with our game and whatever string we get. Maybe we can just go L equals stirtalk null to the end of the line, and if L set board defend command end. Does this work? Let me test this. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. Okay, so that didn't work because when we set board to fen, we need to also clear board. We can make that a separate function. We want to game board pieces. We need to set all of these to 0. And then for each side. Whoops, multiple cursors messed me up there. That was funny. Okay, what else on our game? Do we need to restart? Do -1 game, half move, game, full move. I don't really know what bug we might have here. Yeah, this whole fen thing, keeping track of the fen at different positions. We probably aren't going to do that, by the way, but whatever. Let's not worry about that. Let's try this. Oh, I didn't actually do this at the beginning of... Okay, and now can we check perf 4 just to see? Just to make sure that we're still synced. It looks like we are. Okay, if this test is correct, then I guess we can start with our negamax and evaluation, etc. yeah. Yeah, it looks like this worked. Okay. Let me look at our current commands. So we're gonna want another command to actually I'm gonna call it best move. Okay. So what this means is that now we can make our negamax routine. Which is going to be probably the most complicated part of the engine so far. So that's, I mean, we've gotten to the point where we can now start scoring stuff. So yeah. Now I forget what negamax is supposed to return. I'm assuming that it's the integer that we evaluate, if I'm remembering this correctly. I think that it's like this. Yeah, I don't really remember. I'm gonna have to look on the wiki. I think what I ended up having was I had a void negamax root, just like the perft, which is the first level of recursion. I think the idea of it is basically like this. Although, of course, within this, you have your move generation and then etc. You have the same thing that you have inside of here, right? Is you have your this. I can't remember what you want from this. I think you have just you're returning the score, right? And then you just want to find the best score. Why is int max not? Where is it? What? Is that? Oh, it's in limits.h. That's what. Okay. I think that this is fine, and then you just have your best move equals I think that this is what it's supposed to look like. At least in my mind, this makes sense. I'm gonna have to look up the thingy-majiggy, but from what I remember, this is. I think that there's an alpha and a beta thing going on. Oh right, you have to do negative negamax. Right, you have to negate it at every point in the loop. If current score is greater than score, score equals current score, and then you have the best move. Right, and then inside of here you have a similar thing, except you are returning the max. Yeah. Yeah. And I forget if this has to be negative as well. I think so. Maybe not. I think so, because you're evaluating from the side to move, right? And then all we have to do is make a rudimentary evaluation function. So yeah, that just for now it's just going to count material, I think. But I think I want to define the values of all of our pieces. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so first we have pawn, then we have knights, then we have bishops. And I forget if we have kings in here, I don't remember. Okay, so pawns, pawns will be, I don't really remember what are good values, but I'm just gonna go with what feels right now. Hold on, I didn't put a semicolon. So in my mind, all we do is we just count our material. Versus their material. How slow is bit count? I don't know. We just do not side, I don't know. And for now, I feel like we just want to do yeah. So that's that. We are going to execute this will take in an additional argument. We'll have a target depth of 5, but if we find L, then target depth equals L stritol L. And then we will negamax with our target depth. Okay, I think that's the basics on negamax already. Yeah, we passed all of our perf tests finally. So, what the heck in my game.c? What? I did not include that. Oh, it's just clanged being stupid and including things that I didn't want to include. So let's do best move. And it says that our best move is A2, A4. So let us, I want to check something, right? I want to check, I want to print out all of the scores. Checking move, and then we will print move full for our current move at move list I, and then I want to print score because I want to see what we're scoring every move at. And then best move. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of zeros, so I did the recursion wrong. We're doing target depth -1. Let's make sure that we have a target depth. So let's get rid of this fancy additional argument thing on our CLI. Let's just like literally do it to 5 and make sure that that's not the issue. Okay, that isn't the issue. Okay. Is it possible that our depth just isn't far enough? I don't know. Because we're getting 0. So... I'm guessing that this is always 0. I want to return evaluate because maybe score negative 100, negative 100. Negative 100 means that there's a pawn that's lost. But it's the same for every single one. I just can't imagine that that's correct. I mean, we aren't doing like any alpha beta pruning, but that shouldn't matter. Yeah, I think it is this, but almost want to do some node counting to figure out what's going on. I kind of want to look side by side with my perft. If not make move, then we undo move. This should be the same exact thing. Hold on. Let's check best move. I want to check with a lower depth. I mean, it is like a really rudimentary way of evaluating, but I still think that something is wrong. Try target depth of 4 just so that we can go through it fast. And then I want to see my display. Okay. And if I run perft, it runs fine. It says that this is a score of -200. Okay, so this is the first time we've gotten a positive thing here. And it's 350. Pawn b5, a6 capture. And what are we capturing here? A bishop. So that would be a pretty good move. An a1, a6 would also be a pretty good move. So this is actually working, I think. Let's play our best move and then get our next best move for... What is this move? D8, A5. That has to be pretty bad. Okay, that is pretty bad because it gets our queen captured the next turn. Okay. Okay, so I am going to assume that this is actually working now that I've tested it. So the negamax is working. We don't have anything, any spice in it though. Okay. Let's test that this target depth is working. This additional argument. So let's make sure that this is working. If I do best move 6, does target depth 6. Okay. That's exactly what we wanted to see. So all of this works. Now's the fun part, which is doing alpha beta pruning, which is the way you get this to really speed up. I don't really remember how this works at all. I remember being really confused by it. But yeah. By the way, what I'm looking through is this. This is basically what it is. It's basically a negamax, but with these beta and alpha values. I forget what alpha and beta are supposed to start at. So alpha is negative infinity and beta is positive infinity, according to this. Right, and then there was this aspiration windows thing that we can get into later, but I want to just try this. Which means that we are going to have to change our arguments here. If I remember correctly, this is what it is, and then you call it alpha beta here. Yeah, I'm taking a look at it right now. And then this gets called right, you swap the alpha and the beta, don't you? Apparently, I think. And then instead of going for the best score, you want to do, if the score is greater than or equal to beta, return score. This would be current score. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't remember at all how this works. Okay, well, obviously we fucked up somewhere. Obviously we fucked up somewhere. Maybe it's at the root? Brother, I don't know what you want me to tell you. We try this, I guess. I don't know. Okay. We just keep getting int max back. This should probably be like this, because if current score is greater than or equal to beta, then we return beta. So this goes in like this. Beta starts at int max. I don't really remember how this works. But I feel like this should work, and it's not. Okay, we got a segfault. Hold on, give me a sec. Dude, I don't know. Are we supposed to be returning negative beta? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I see. I see something different here. So we still have a score thing. So if our current score is greater than score, then our score equals current score. Then if our score is greater than alpha, alpha equals score. And then if our score is greater than or equal to beta, then we return score. Otherwise, we return score here. Okay. It only checked one move. I already tried swapping these. Okay, that seemed to work. These go to really low. Let's go best move 6. Wait, what? How do we have king moves? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh god. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because we need to always undo. Honestly, what we could do is just undo move Oh, that's why I had it like that. Okay. Okay. So, okay, we have to go back to how it was. So, if this, then... So, if it's an illegal move, then we undo the move, and we don't deal with it. But else, we do that, and then we always undo the move before we early out. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. Okay. Best move 6. We have a couple of scores. So let's do move A2, A4 just to test. Do we have a best move? A7, A5. I'm trying to get deep into a game just so that we can see if it's working correctly. Let's try best move 6. Why does it happen so fast? Let me make sure that our board is fine. Looks okay. I really want to see some action. C2 H7 capture. C2 A7. Wait, what? C2 H7. I'm being dumb. Wait, hold on a second. What? Wait, C2 H7 capture is giving us... That's a good move? Bro. Are we sure about that? Let's do... Let's do best move 8. Are you sure about that? It's telling me that this is a good move. I'm just... What about C2 G6? C2 G6. Listen, that's a really bad move. It says that... Alright, let's do what it says. C2 H7 capture. So we move there, and then let's display the board now. Okay, so our queen is so let's see best move. H8 H7 capture. Yeah. I'd say that that's the best move, yeah. Okay, so let's see best move from here. Yeah, now our score is fucked. And guess why? Because this... It said that this was a good move. C2 H7 capture. Well, it obviously told us that this is good. So we know that this is working in the correct direction, I think. Let me make sure that this is not how we're supposed to do it. Okay, so I don't know. We should use a position with more, I don't know, more stuff going on in it, to be honest. Let me go Fen here, and then best move. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff. It's telling me that E2 A6 is good. E2 A6 is good. I mean, I'd say that that's pretty good. E2 A6 capture. What does black do after that? Huh? What can he do? He takes my pawn, threatens the rook. He takes this pawn or this pawn. He could take this. No. I'd say that that's a pretty good move. E2 A6. It says 50. We're winning a bit of material. So let's E2 A6. Let's see, best move. It says B4 C3, which is a pawn move. Okay. That is a good move. Now it's saying B2 C3 capture, which answers back, right? B2 C3 capture answers back. Let's go best move 7. Ah, shit. Well, that's taking forever. It makes sense. It is 7. Depth 7 is a bit much for us right now without Zobra sashing or anything. This makes sense. I want to see what it says, though. If it still says B2 C3. It might. Or it might see something else. It sees B2 C3 as 150, which is pretty good. It says that we're up in material after that. Okay, so I think that we are proving that this is working. It also sees A6 B7 is not bad. Which is fair because this threatens this rook. I guess we do lose this bishop and then end up getting the rook, is what it sees. Oh, but then we're in check. So we don't even. Pawn takes. You have to take the pawn. And then he can just move. So yeah, that's a fucking awful move. I mean, it does kind of admit that it is awful. So D2 C3 capture. What is D2 C3? D2 C3 capture. It's the bishop takes. So it said that pawn takes is better. And now it's saying that bishop takes is better. We also have a negative 1000 move, which is F3 H5. F3 H5. Oh yeah, well, we lose our queen if we do that move. So that's pretty fair. Okay, I think it's working. It says D2 C3 capture, which is bishop takes the pawn. And it does register that us blundering our queen here. It does register F3 G4, which is also has to be an awful move. F3 G4. Yeah, it loses the queen. So okay, well, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with it. So, where do we go from here? Since this is just the very, very rudimentary scoring for chess, right? You may be thinking, well, our evaluate function needs to change a lot. Actually, I mean, it doesn't need to get crazy. It doesn't need to get crazy. What we do need to do, though, is do a quiescence search, as it's called, which is basically just we go until we find a quiet position, and a quiet position is, if I remember correctly, a position with no captures. Yeah. The main search performs a more limited quiescent search containing fewer moves. The purpose of the search is to only evaluate quiet positions, or positions where there are no winning tactical moves to be made. This search is needed to avoid the horizon effect. Simply stopping your search when you reach the desired depth and then evaluate is dangerous. Yeah. So, just for you to see what I'm seeing here. This is what I remember, is you evaluate, and then you only evaluate your captures. It's basically just a regular step of the recursion. All you're doing is just not examining moves that aren't captures, right? Which is absolutely fair. You could probably do some really specialized movement generation code, which only generates captures, and this would probably speed this quiescent search up quite a bit. Yeah, it also says here that if the side to move is in check, the position is not quiet, and there's a threat that needs to be resolved, which is pretty fair. Yeah. So we can implement this very fast. It's not a big thing at all. It's very similar to our routine that we have already. It's just going to be this. I also, in my last engine, I had a maximum depth for quiescence. Apparently you're not supposed to, though, which may or may not be true. I'm not really sure. Anyway, so and yeah, so I'm not really sure if this is supposed to be negated or not, but anyway, so it says to do this best value. This is called, I forget what this is called. Stand pat is what this is. I don't really like the variable names. We're just going to call this best score. And then if our best score is greater than or equal to beta, then we return best score. And this is the same exact thing that we have inside of the negamax thing. So we're basically just setting that up again. And what we need to do is we need to do another move list. And we can make, at some point, a generate function that only generates captures. I'm not sure how painful that would be, but we can do that later. And we're just going to do the same thing here. It should be exactly the same thing. If our move list I.type is a capture, or our move list I.type equals promotion, and we have these as separate. If it's a promotion capture, then we will do the thing. Then we will and I believe that that's what it is, right? Yeah. We of course have to make move before we do it. And then we just undo the move. Oh yeah. And we have the same, it's going to be the same thing that we have down here. We just named it different things. This goes first, which is a bit strange. No, this is backwards. This is definitely backwards. There we go. Okay, I think that that's what's happening. Now, it's very possible that once we do this, we will automatically get stuck in an infinite recursion loop, so be prepared. Well, that was actually pretty fast. Let's do best move 6. Finds negative 100 for everything. And what about from this fen? Let me check the display, of course. Okay, so the fen. It says that our best move is E2A6 capture. Which is the correct move again. Oh, wait a second. Did we actually not? Yeah, we didn't actually implement this because we didn't put quiesce down here. And this just takes in the raw alpha beta. And we get a seg fault. Let's GDB this. And fetch bishop moves. We go out of our index. Huh. Interesting. I'm going to assume that that's because index equals 64. That's what I thought. And that happens. Make a move is square attacked for side black. Index equals 64. Okay, so we're getting index equals 64 because we check if is square attacked on a bit scan forward for our king, and our king is not found on the board. Shit. Oh, you know what? This might be infinite recursion, actually. Hold on. Let me look down here. Negative beta, negative alpha. Ah, that's why. We didn't have our undo move up here. Yeah, I was like looking at this like, shit, what the fuck did I do? But yeah. There we go. Okay, and now as we can see, we went from -1 all the way down to 0, because now we are looking past the horizon, which is cool. Let's go analyze this position again. Let's go best move. And we are in infinite recursion. I see. Yeah. This goes fast. I go best move 6. We start to slow down pretty bad. Interesting. And then if we use a fend that isn't starting position, this is working, right? Display. Even at 2, the this there's a lot of captures, I suppose. There's a lot of captures, I suppose, in a row. I wonder if we did this right, or if this is not working, if this specifically is not working. Hold on a second. If best value is greater than or equal to beta. Hold on a second. Shouldn't this be reversed? Because this is negated. I feel like that's wrong that was that fast. I feel like that's wrong that was that fast. Yeah, maybe it isn't, because we're passing in the raw alpha beta into here. I don't remember this. How this is supposed to look. It's hard to test if this is working correctly or not. I think that it is, but it takes so fucking long. Hmm. We should probably just like copy this exact pattern in. Yeah, this still takes forever. I want to try just captures, I guess. Just to see if there's anything that's... No. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I remember this. I'm looking at a certain at this delta pruning thing. I remember this. This really sped it up for me. To the queen value. If the value is less than the alpha minus this delta, return alpha. Yeah, I remember this. Which you put at the top of here. And you say if you have this and this is going to equal piece values queen, and then if is promoting pawn, then you add to that delta. We can check if our pawns are on the promoting rank. If promotion ranks for game side to move and game pieces game side to move pawns, max delta it says like minus some value, right? And then if this score is less than alpha minus this delta, it isn't really a max delta. I don't really remember how this works at all. If alpha is less than value, alpha equals. Wait, really? What is this? Doesn't this defeat the whole purpose though? Because it's supposed to be if we're greater than alpha. Oh, I'm fucking dumb. It's the opposite way around. Dude, I swear sometimes I'm so dumb. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we really broke this immediately. What are we smoking here? That this is a... Let's try without this. Okay, it's fucking broken. And we're sure that this doesn't have to be this for whatever reason. No, it just breaks in the other direction. Yeah, I don't know. I remember I did this in my last engine and it totally like sped up my my quiescent search, but I don't know why this isn't working. And it's definitely broken. Like, we're just returning out alpha constantly. It also just like returned best score, or my okay, now that broke it. Okay, this is the first time we've seen normal numbers in a while. I feel like I remember that I had to... Oh, interesting. Okay, we still are suffering here. It's possible that this is just normal without move ordering to be in pain, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess move ordering is next on the docket then. Yeah. I forgot exactly what we need to do in order, if we need to do Zobra sashing first or move ordering first. I think both are pretty important. But that's what we're going to go through next. All of these. This is the main thing, which is basically it's I think it's like if I remember, it's like a table of like pawn takes rook versus rook takes pawn. But yeah. But yeah, this is move scoring, right? So we score our moves. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm also someone in the comments trying to install Arch alongside Windows. Oh yeah, I haven't checked my YouTube. Yeah, so we need to score our moves, and then I wonder if we just queue sort them. But the thing is, we have a bunch of empty spaces in our array. So I don't know how that's going to work. When graphics? Not yet. Please graphics, why? I think it's pretty fun to do, you know. That's cool. Then you can input a board. That's cool. Best move. And then you wait because we don't have move ordering yet. And it can't finish a quiescent search. From start position it works though. I wonder when it starts getting slow. Let's just play whatever it's saying. I should also have like an automated mode, I guess. Okay, it's still pretty fast so far. It is slowing down every time. Yeah. How do engines handle book moves? You basically have like an opening book that you can play. Yeah, so you can download these binary files and then you just parse them into memory. That's how they do that. But we're not really, at that point yet. I have to. I think the next thing is really move ordering, and then I guess it's transposition table, or we do transposition table first. I'm not really sure which one should go first, but the most important thing is MVVV, MVV, LVA. Which is yeah. I'm not really sure about this whole static exchange evaluation thing. I'm pretty sure that it's you just do MVA, MVV, LVA. And how that works, we're going to take in a move and score it. and then we'll have a function that sort moves. For the move list. So, well, this obviously has to go down here because it's going to call score move. Okay, so I made a table, but you don't actually need to make a table. We could just like cheat it and do it right here, right? Is we could, we have our move piece and we get the int r score, our piece score equals piece values for our current move piece, and then int their piece score. This is just to give you an idea of what it looks like for the capture piece, for the piece that we're capturing. And we just want to subtract one from the other. It's the other way around. And then for now we'll just return that, and then when we're sorting moves, we are just going to, nice function again, thanks. I don't know if you're being sarcastic when I do that, when you say that. I think, so this is going to score the moves, right? Okay, so we are scoring our move. Now, can I just queue sort this? Is this allowed? I don't remember what the comparison function has to look like. I think it's like a I think it's is it like this? It has to be this, right? Right? No? Is it not this? Oh, it is a void pointer thing. Dude, like, fuck off. Yeah, I use an ad blocker, asshole. Oh, okay. So do we have to do... Is it... Do you really need this? Okay, I suppose you do really need that extra parentheses. Okay. I think that it's this. Is it that? Okay. Is this it? I don't know. Let's do printf. Let's do print moves for the move list to the move count beforehand and then after, and then test it. And we will sort moves when we generate them. Or actually, let's just do it after. And let's see what we get. Unfortunately, though, we don't have any captures on this board. So let me let's sort it here after we generate. And let's see if this works. Let's go to a board with a capture, and then let's go best move. And we get a seg fault. So let's GDB that. Okay, we got a seg fault here. So I guess I was wrong. That hold on, let me make sure that I'm doing this right. Oh, it's the size of the individual moves, I think. Okay. Okay, so we didn't print out the actual scores, which is important. I think now print move full. You can also print the scores because we're at that point. Okay, and here you can see what this is. We do have some... I wonder if these are just undefined. Oh no, it's because of king moves. Oh, you know what? We don't actually have a check that is we only want to check on captures. So if okay. Okay, so we went in the opposite direction. Queen capture. Hold on. Why is display not working? Oh, huh. I guess it got stuck in a, oh right, it's still stuck in the quiescent search, right? Well, it seems to be going in the wrong direction, but even if it was going in the right direction, I don't think that this should be negative. I forget how the MVV LVA thing works, but I'm pretty sure that this yeah, this is the article that I used on it last time. This one. Right, yeah, you never want these to be negative. So we could make our own table. Yeah, we can make a table for sure. This is what we have, basically. But it's it can be negative, which is obviously not ideal. We also have iterative deepening to implement. And this is I forgot what this is. This is similar to like aspiration windows. Oh, right. Right, so it's basically you just do the search multiple times with got it. Yeah, I remember that. Anyway, you don't want to be doing this calculation on the fly. You want a specific table for it. But basically, you want to have like a master thing here. Like this can return the best move, I guess. You can do move pointer. Oh no, you can't do move pointer because this is stack allocated. We do return best move. This is okay. Oh, wait, you can't. Okay, well that's awkward. You can take it a pointer. Like that's fine. And then the master array is going to be for now we'll call it iterative search, and what this is going to do is it will just I remember having some difficulties with this. The reason why it's difficult is because you have to have a way to exit out if you hit the maximum move time, right? But for now, we won't worry about that. We'll just call, we'll have a move current best. And we'll just pass that to the negamax root. And then you need a way to exit out of this, though, is the thing. It's the issue. This is what I hated about it, is that you need to have a timer that gets passed down. That you keep having to check time against. How do we do this? How do we do this? We need to make a clock T at the beginning of the search. Yeah. So we do this, and then we do it here. And then we check here. And the iterative search will take in a maximum amount of seconds. And then if break, and you want to pass down the start time into the root. Don't actually need to pass a pointer. You just pass the start time, and then at the end of checking each move, you can check it here, I suppose. It's fine. Oh my gosh. You can check it here. At the end of this undo move. Right, you need to clock the end time. I just copy this all over the place, and then we also need to have the max passed down for our search. And right now we can just like keep it in the root, but eventually you're gonna wanna pass it down. And then if we want to break out, then we just return from here. And if I did this correctly, too few arguments in handle input, that's correct. Instead of running this, what we'll run is the iterative search. And instead, that target depth will turn into max time. And we'll set this to 10 seconds. And we can do hopefully that is and now we can go best move, and we get a seg fault. And why do we get a seg fault? It looks like infinite recursion issue. Target depth. Oh. Did I call... Oh. No, target depth is I. Target depth -1. I'm interested here. I want to see if I started at... Oh, it's because I didn't start at 1. Duh. So as you can see, we are going to go, this is depth 1, depth 2, etc. But obviously, we this doesn't really do anything right now, right? Because we don't have a transposition table. The thing is, we're not breaking out of this, which is kind of worrying. We get a seg fault. Sterling. Print move full. Ah, that's why. It always does not fail to surprise me how dumb I can be sometimes. But as you can see, we are going well over the time allocated for our move because at this maximum depth, it takes forever, right, for us to get out. And so you technically want to pass down the timer to this negamax. So you would have a start time and a max seconds, and then you're just going to pass it down, right? You'll pass this down, this start time and the max seconds, and then we'll have the same check at the lower levels of the search. Right. However, we need to make sure that we really we can just do it at the end of the move count and then just do the search, the thing here. And then it doesn't matter what we return. And now we can see how fast we exit out, if we exit out on time. Appears we aren't exiting out on time. I'm trying to see if we put it inside of the loop. I don't know. See how they're all, huh? Yeah, I wonder if 10 seconds isn't 10 seconds. Let's do best move 1. Yo, what's up? Dude in the chat. Is that really, that doesn't seem like 2 seconds. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe that is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe that is. Maybe my brain is just off. You like chess? Yeah, chess is awesome. Chess is awesome. Yeah, maybe this is working. I'm just, my mental clock is off, I guess. Anyway, this doesn't even matter because we don't have, using iterative deepening doesn't really matter if you don't have a transposition table. So that's what we got to set up next. And I forget what you sub, thanks. I appreciate that a lot. I'm going to be doing this stuff until we finish it. I need to figure out how to do the Zobrist hashing again. There was a specific way of doing it that there was this like protocol for Zobrist hashing that's like a standardized one. I forget what it's called. I'm wondering if it's here. Maybe it's here. Yeah, I can't remember it, but there is a website where you can compare your Zobrist key for every position, and I forget where it is. I'm assuming that on TalkChess it's going to be somewhere. But there is a... I think that it's a... it is the same hashing that they use for opening books, maybe. I believe that it's the same thing that they use in opening books. The same byte thing. Polyglot format, that's what it is. Okay, this is what it is. Then it's probably a thing that we can look up. Polyglot hashing. This is what will give us, this website is what will give us exactly how we are going to do our hashing. There's also a website where you can directly put in your fen and the key, and that's what we'll be using to check our numbers. So the key is the piece, Zord with the castle, Zord with the en passant, Zord with the turn. So this format is exactly what's used in opening books. So it will not only help us with our transposition table, but it will, the same hash key will also correspond to it in the opening books. So yeah. The offset of the entry to piece is computed as follows. Offset piece equals 64 times kind of piece, which is this, times the row, times the plus the file. I think we need these. Right, I remember the en passant thing being fucking dumb. Right, this is like the dumbest thing ever, because in this standard, it matters if there is a pawn next to the en passant pawn. That's the only time you hash the en passant. But if there isn't a pawn there, then you don't count the double push as an en passant. So there's going to have to be additional checking on our make move to do this. But yeah. I want to check what the best depth is. Best depth 6th. Yeah, and now when we use this other fan here with the complicated position with iterative deepening, it's just not going to finish, is it? Because of the Q search. Yeah. We segfault. Yikes, 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 yikes. Yeah. Without proper move ordering, I feel like you're just probably better off just evaluating. For now, because then you will always get somewhere, you know? E2, A6. Yeah, 250. And if we check that move, it's the same thing as before. Okay, so we got a lot done today. Our perft is now perfect, so there's that. We got the basics of our negamax and evaluation squared away. Next, it's just the transposition table. We will basically have to allocate a massive table to hash into with the entries that we have here. And yeah. The hashing is going to be very painful. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably going to be even more painful than the perft. At least it was for me when I did it last time. We're gonna have to find the website for the polyglot checking thing. But yeah. But this is how we're gonna, and we basically have to do this every time we make a move. We have to change our existing key. So our key, we just XOR it with the change, right? So yeah, basically you're going to always XOR the turn changing, but then you will always XOR like when a piece changes, right, to a different position. So if a piece gets moved, then you're going to XOR it with the new piece information, I guess. So yeah. Okay, well, I will see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. It's a lot of fun, but I gotta rest my eyes for a bit. Really fun though, and we got a lot of stuff done, so that was cool. And it's cool to see it generating moves, and at this stage, without any move ordering, without anything, you know, getting to depth 6 within 10 seconds is pretty solid. It's pretty solid. So yeah. All right, peace out.